It's you.
And yo. Ariel. Hi guys, how's it going? Bringing back the old overlay because I realized my big head blocks off most of the game screen, so I was like, oh, I'll use my overlay for a bit. But how's it going? Happy Easter, happy day of visibility to everybody. Thank you for the head pats waffles. How's it going? How's it going? I hope you're having fun playing Stardew. I've not played that in a bit. Thank you for the alt change. How are you, Ariel? What'd you do today? What did everybody do today? Oh, I realized I didn't say. Oh my gosh. Winter! Hi, Winter! Welcome in, Raiders. Let me get that really quickly. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Get that message out there. If you guys haven't followed Winter, please do, please do. Any other raiders coming in? Hello, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I like to play a variety of games. I'm currently doing some Monster Hunter. Kind of making my way through baby HR quests. How was your game? How was Dying Light? I think that's like the second time I've seen that game, so I still don't know too much about what it is, but you know. Hi, Tina. Hello, new. My name is Guma. You slept a lot? Ooh, good. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Has it really been 15 months? Oh. Model good? The model good? Okay. Looks like it. Yeah, no worries. Have a good lurk. Thank you for bringing in your community, Winter. Please enjoy. Just gonna be a bit of a cozy time. I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little sleepy. Uh-oh. Where's the drinks? Where's the drinks? Why are the drinks not getting checked in? They worked earlier. They worked earlier. Oh, I'm so sorry. We have a bit of a the Mistrena's down. Also, hierarchy. Yes, I am. I'm still on the auto binge, so it's just gonna be the set list from LA. Oh, Rella drank all of them. I see. I see. I see. I realize I have not pinned the. Let me get the thing. Oh, here it is. Hoppy. Let me get this over here, real quick. OD. Eh. Hello? No no paste? No paste? Oh, who's screaming? Who is screaming? Is the command unlocked? What do you mean unlocked? Oh, thank you, Tuna. That was so quick. Um, the check-in command? It literally was just working earlier. I don't know if the subs broke it, but you know. Hey Soren, thank you so much for the hydrate and the stretch. I shall do so. I shall do so. Hello, new. I'm Guma. There's so many new people here today. Wow. With Pink until like 1 a.m. after the concert. Nice. I hope you had a good It's too early for that. God damn it! Tuna, stop this. We're not raiding out yet. The sound effect makes me want to play Phasmo. Oh my god. The last time I played Phasmo was probably with Noct. That was great. How was your stream, Soren? Do you have a good time? Hope you're enjoying the game. That's really fun. It looks really fun from everything that I've been seeing. No! Oh no, Velvet, I'm sorry! The machine is broken. There are no check-ins yet. I'm so sorry. Ah, thank you. Can I get a quiet shout out for Velvet as well? If you guys haven't followed Velvet, please, please check out my lovely Oomphy. I love her to bits. She's great. She's super sweet to me. Thank you, thank you. I'm going to hold on. Hold on, Ratsney. Hold the phone. Hold the phone, okay? I love you too, Velvet. Let me see. Oh, see? Oh. And suddenly the machines are working. Suddenly the machines are working. Don't worry about it. You think it's not unlocked? What do you mean? What is not unlocked? On my mix it up? Is it my mix it up? What's the problem? What is the problem here? Send me a screenshot? Okay, please do. Oh, actually, my mix-up has been, like, kind of slow as of late. Let me check. Also, Velvet, it's okay if you gotta go. No worries. Thank you for stopping by. It's nice to see you. So what did everybody get? Did Tuna finally get milk? Nope, Tuna did not get milk. One day. One day Tuna will get milk. No worries, Ariel. Have a good night. Look at that. Look at that love. Sweet dreams, sweet dreams. Take care. Where is my check-in? Is it... What's going on with you? Still starting up. Yeah. You want to join in? It is open lobby. Code is pinned up there. You're welcome to join in. I believe I'm just trying to do the tracks right now for the Devil Joe. But yeah, hop in. Take things at your own pace. I'll figure out the command later. We'll worry about that later. It is what it is. That's gonna bother me though. Oh, wait, hello? What happened? Okay, my vibrator's fine too, right? Yes, yes, squish the bear, please. It's me. I need to be squished. Send me DM. I check. Where's my Discord? There's so many. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me check it then. Let me check it real quick while I have that. Squished. Squished like in a hydro. Okay, wait. Squish gently, please, like hamburger. I wish to be squished very gently. Where's my check-in? Check in and pick up a drink. There we go. Save. Okay, it is unlocked. What does unlocking it do? What does that mean? What does that mean? One day I'll know. What was I doing in here? If your mix-up is slow, it's because you haven't been unlocking your commands. Oh. That's good to know. Also, hold on. My phone is bothering me. I'm gonna be jostling about as I... There you go. I was not liking that there. It gets put on the stack. Oh, okay. Aurello's the only nice one here in chat. I can't believe I'm getting jokingly abused by chat. Somo Aya. Who is that? Who is that? Is that Soren? What are you doing? Bully. No bully. No bully. Ariel. Yeah. I don't know. I now have doubts. I now have some doubts. I see. Pina has now been vored. Oh my gosh. Points. I don't know what quest I went into. I believe I was just in here for... Oh, to collect tracks, I believe. Unless this is one of those, I have to get the cutscene. I'll be honest, I have no idea. But yeah, it is just an auto playlist tonight, by the way, guys. Oh, hold on, I forgot to send out. I made a cute little, I have some roles now on the server. I made a hunter role. So if anybody who is mainly here to join in open lobby things, it is going to be, you can pick up the hunter role in case you don't want to get stream pings, but you do want to get pinged for Monster Hunter streams. Please, 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 pick it up. I'm gonna just do a quick little ping in the server. Hi, Tippins! How are you? How are you? Ariel, what are you teaching? What are you teaching? Kendo! Hey! Long time no see! How are you? It's been a hot minute. But yes, it is a Guma. I live. Somehow. Work, work, work. I hope that it's not too bad for you. Work has been so crazy. EP. So EP, but you persevere. So you're gonna jump on Monster Hunter World, right? And you're gonna join? That's what I'm hearing, Kippens, if you gotta stay up. Right? Right? Yeah, I'm back into some Monster Hunter. Oh, someone with you. Okay, welcome in. I'm sorry, I'm in a quest, but what quest am I on? I don't even know what quest I'm on. I literally quest info. I think I'm just doing what is it? What is it? I'm doing something. I'm gonna leave. Oh, wait. I think I'm just supposed to get these tracks. I think that's it. I don't know if you guys can jump in, but you guys are welcome to if you can. If not, I apologize. It'll be a moment as I go through this. Have to go back home tomorrow. No. I hope you had a good time here, though, Arky. Shopping for foods and you hunt. Okay, yeah, no worries. It might be a bit of a short stream tonight. And by short, I mean like 4 hours rather than 5 to 6. You're in bed this time? Okay, good night, Ariel. Get some sleep. Here, I'll give you. Wait, I can give you a good night kiss. Mwah. Yeah, simply move to California. Then you won't be living in the middle of nowhere. Thank you for the hydrate, Kendall. And the stretch. I think I hydrated earlier, but I did not stretch for Soren's. Thank you, thank you. I'll make a big stretch, though. I do need that. I do need that. As long as I don't jostle my mic. Oh, rats. Oh, rats. It definitely was just a pouring sound, you know? You know? 2 sets of footprints. 3 sets of footprints. Oh, I see. Where'd they go in? Oh my god, hearing this song live on Friday shook me to my freaking core. A pitcher pouring into a cup. Exactly, exactly. But, oh my god. I cannot believe how crazy that concert was. Otto sang nonstop for basically an hour and a half, 2 hours. She's so freaking cute. I could not get over her being so excited to be in America. Apparently it was her first time abroad. You felt like 30 minutes? Okay, yeah, I mean, like, every song shook me to my core. Hello? Where's the blue? Where's the other tracks? Ooh. But yeah, it was pretty. Oh yeah, her dances were really cute. It was so interesting. Because obviously Otto's face is not it is not public. So for the concert, there was a thing called the Otto box. It was interesting. Basically, it was a box that had like special light effects every now and then for certain song sets. And other times it would just be like off, so you could just see her silhouette kind of dancing in there, and she really sang with her entire body. It was amazing. Had a great view. Yeah, oh my god, I will never get over your spot, Arky. Front center. How do I... Oh, don't even worry, Kendo. What HR are you actually, and also what weapons do you play? Sounds like fun. Yeah, it was really fun. I have a couple more concerts lined up for the year that I'm pretty excited about. Okay, I have no idea where I'm going anymore. It's really funny though, because I feel like this is the year that like it's the concert bingo card that's happening for my friends and I. And oh, am I supposed to talk to this guy? Oh no, he's just a fisher. It's just a quest. Okay. Apologies. I refuse. Yeah, I'm lost. Where's... Oh, it's the Rathalos that I'm still hunting for. Okay. Anything? Anything? Oh, hello. Am I supposed to find you? This early? Her face not being public means yeah, which is really awesome. She gets her own privacy. I think it's nice that some artists can do that, and artists who choose to do that are respected that way. Yeah. Never been to a specific concert. Only seen bands at county fairs. When I was... Ooh. Oh yeah, you performed! That always blows my mind, Arello. And it sounds like so much fun. I'm sure... What you did, like, what kind of performances, though, exactly? Because you said circus before, right? Oh my god, when this song played, I was screaming. I was screaming my heart out. Circus! Yeah. She like really sang the song. I was dying. More acrobatic. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Were you like, I don't know like circus positions, but I guess if it's acrobatics, like were you a base? Were you a jumper? I'm lost again. I have no idea. I'm just here to chat and get lost. You were a base. Okay, okay, okay. I see that. I am crying. Where am I supposed to be going? Oh, there you go. What do you mean if? But yes, I will. Going the right way. Hope I'm going the right way. There's so many Tobi Kadachi and Kulu. Okay. Oh! Oh? 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 Wait. Wait. Huh? 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 I see that I'm getting forced to turn a certain direction. Was that not the correct way? Oh, is it these things? These things hitting me? What you saying, show? Oh yeah! Oh my god. I honestly thought that she was gonna sing show first. I thought that was gonna be her opener, but it was not. Just because I fell and hurt things 2 or 3 times this year doesn't mean I'll do it again. Ariel, please be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Unless you're gonna have somebody pick you up, don't hurt yourself, please. Mostly did adagio. Double stunts. Threw my partner around and caught her. Oh! That takes a lot of strength. That's really awesome. I'm very curious as to... Am I backward? Where am I going? I'm so lost. Oh. Oh, hello. Am I supposed to be finding you? Hold on. You know what? Bears do get lost. You know, I'm gonna leave this because I feel like I'm too lost now. Yeah, I really did think it was gonna be the opener. It being the end of her song was really good though. Was I just supposed to explore for a little bit? Because it didn't say anything else besides investigate. Ah, it still says invest. Okay. 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 Yeah. Guma bears do. Yeah, Guma bears do get lost. Quite lost. Did she not sing Tot Musica? I could have sworn she did. It should be, if you look on Spotify, they have the LA playlist. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna... Oh, you don't have Spotify, I see. Oh, you can use the web browser Spotify and it works just fine. Hold on. Is he over here? Do I have a rarity limit for hunting, by the way? What is my weapon right now? I don't mind too much. As long as it's not like extremely like, oh, 2 hits, one shot, 1 kill. Let's see. I'm gonna try this again. I am so sorry. Am I still HR? Yes, I'm still HR. I'm still HR 14? Because last stream we got really distracted doing the wiggly heads. So yeah. I am oopsie. Yeah, I'm still HR 14. My weapon, I think. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna follow all the blue tracks this time and pray that I get there. Huh? Also, oh my gosh. Hold on, let me drink more water. I don't know what's up with my throat. Thank you for changing it. Hi, Scobo. How's it going? Met up with Pink at like 4:30. Oh yeah. Pink had DM'd me saying that you guys were getting dinner, so I was like, okay, cool. My friends and I just left late. We made it though, and that's what matters. Getting Evie, but doing some work. But doing some work on stuff before bench. Okay, no worries, no worries. Very full. Ooh, what'd you eat? How was your Easter? We had a good one. I just realized my mom was supposed to stop by today and bring me some food because she texted saying she was going to drop by. I did not get a follow-up text after. I'm kind of sad. I probably should have just gone over. Okay. Aha. I glow blue. I glow blue, but no bugs go. Bear mom has forsaken us. Truly, I've been forsaken. Sometimes... Okay, sometimes my mom gets distracted, and that's fair and valid. She'll text me. She's like, hey, I'm gonna drop by and bring you this. I'm like, okay. And that's it. For like, you know, a couple hours. I'm like, Mom, are you okay? Were you heading out? Were you coming over still? My hotel literally has a door to the alley, and oh my gosh. Huh? Oh, hi. Oh, they're running. I don't want to fight the pickle. I'm just here to investigate. Goodbye. Ah! Please, no, no pickle! I'm just trying to get footprints! Please. It's following me still? But the pickle. Oh god, it's still following me. Oh, hi! You too! Goodbye. I'm never... Am I glitching? Oh no. Okay, they were just having a fight. How do we join you? See, you join when I actually get the thing. Actually, do I have a... Oh, you can just join. I believe you should just be able to jump into the quest. If you're here in the room. Apparently they were selling merch the entire day. Yeah, I heard that they opened up merch sales at 12 and I was like, oh shoot, maybe we should have gone early, but we didn't. It's okay. Mother called on Friday. Leaving tomorrow morning, be over there. Oh. Oh no, that's unfortunate. I'm so sorry, Arello. I very thankfully have I have a relatively decent relationship with my mom, now that I'm older. I didn't when I was younger. We definitely got into a lot of fights, but I think that's very typical of like high school kids, you know? And I absolutely love living 10 minutes away from my mom because if I'm craving Filipino food, I just text her and I'm like, hi mom, what's for dinner? I'm coming. It's her house. Oh no. I feel that though. It's my dad that usually is the one that is like a little more a little different in our opinions. And will be a little more rude. And I hate to be like, well, it's just because he's old and I can't change anything about him, you know? Can't teach old dog new tricks kind of thing. Yeah. I love our house. Filipino food, yeah. If you have the chance to ever try Filipino food, Ratsney, you should. Highly recommend. I would really like to figure out where the heck I'm supposed to go. Wait, did you? Soren, why did you redeem the Gumania Fi first? I'm confused. It's too late texting now. No, Rello, don't do it. Ah. Yeah, it's the cat ears.
It's you.
It's me. Also, hello, Bean. I see you. I see you. I'm still lost. Don't mind me. It's not me. It's you. Or it's me. I am now your gay. I think. Yeah. What you hunting? I'm exploring right now. I'm just lost. And I never know how to do these investigation quests because I always lose like the blue firefly. Oh, please, what is on me? What is, please? No. Banana. I'm truly so lost. I'm gonna listen to Otto's new song. Did you? Bean! Hello. I have no idea where I'm going. How are you doing, though? It released 34 minutes ago. Ah! I will have to listen to it. No, I will not leave this. I'll drop this. That's fine. I want all the honey. There's a grain of something in my bed. Oh. Blue will show if I stop. I feel like I stop and then nothing. I think it's this one, right? No, I don't have the target monster, so I'm... Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, go play some games. So I totally missed the food that Scovo was mentioning. I was reading it and then I forgot. Turkey ham. Wow, you had like a whole Thanksgiving dinner for Easter. That sounds amazing though, Scovo. Pumpkin pie. Pie. That sounds good. I think I can do other quests. Yeah, I had the thing. That's just like explore these two, but it's not checked off. I assume I can just skip it. As long as I get the outcome by the end of it. What's that? Little fish. Okay, quit. I'll empty the second bag. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna explore the other area. I get so lost on these maps because they're so huge for me. Yeah, how's it going, Bean? What you up to? Pretty much any holidays like that? Yeah, I feel like turkey has always been like a Thanksgiving thing for my family. But we actually don't get turkey very much now because we don't ever finish it and it takes forever. And it takes us way too long to go through the leftovers. Put our desks next to each other and still talk over Discord. Oh, you guys can just build puzzles together next to each other. That'd be fun. Oh, I just love slamming face first into the dirt. Okay. Ooh, weather kind of windy over here. Yeah. New Year's, it's Filipino food. It's always noodles. Noodles for long life. And mochi. That's usually what we have. Oh! Can I catch it? Can I catch it? No! No! I want it. Where'd it go? You're sending a picture? What are you sending? Where'd it go? I wanted to catch it. Teh. Good song. Sweet potte. What is sweet potte? Old seared fur. Aibo. Wait. This picture. Excuse me? Excuse me? What is on my head? Oh, no! What happened to my ears? They've been switched around again. Who is doing this to me? Who is doing this? Hey, how's it going, Zimius? How's it going? How's it going? The ears are cute. Thank you. They got swapped around. It's supposed to be the brown ones, but you know, people like to play around. Oh, what's on my head? It's a little wiggly hood. It's the wigglers. Ah, thank you, Ratsney. Now it fits. These prints look like bear prints, even though I know they're not. Yeah! Last time I did Monster Hunter, I basically got distracted from HR, and just farmed for wiggly hoods, and we made sure everybody in the lobby had wiggly hoods by the end of stream. Where's my next path? I go forward. Yeah, pure aesthetics. This is the way of the hunter. Fashion is always the end game in every game. Thank you. Much appreciated. I worked so hard for this glam. Nice. More Elder Dragon stuff. Oh, I see it. I see it over there from afar. Oh, what's hunting me? Or what's near? Something after me? Oh. Hmm? That's still going for me? Oh, there it is. Wait, did you also send it to Aurello, Ariel? Hey, Groggy! How are you? Yeah. Also, how's it going, Zimius? I apologize to anybody who's in the lobby waiting. I am a wigglin', yeah! Okay, am I almost done with the investigation here? How's been Monster Hunter? It's been good. It's been good. Just again, slow progress. Taking my time, making my way through HR. Being a potato is good though. Okay, perfect. I can leave this place. That means I just haven't finished finding all the clues over in the other one. Oh my goodness. I cry. I have to go. But also, hello, Irello. You have the rabbit head. But do you play? Do you play? Who else plays? Monhun. Yeah, okay, I have to go. Oh my gosh. Speak to the chief ecologist, speak to the 3rd Fleet Commander, and speak to... More Elder Dragon stuff. Okay, so it's Teostra's 1. That's what the red fur is. Teostra. Oh, it's been added. Used to play this all the time on PlayStation. Oh, yeah. I started on PlayStation for this, but again, because I didn't have a lot of friends who played it or stuck around with it, I just stopped. Especially because they don't add, there's no crossplay, unfortunately. And I'm so surprised because Monster Hunter is such a huge community that they really should just add crossplay at this point. Emperor Flame that left. Yada yada yada. Oh, Teostra. Okay. Okay. I'll probably go ahead and queue up a Teostra, because I think what is it? Rats has been waiting. Kendo has been waiting. Lost all my buddies to play with it. Yeah, that's just how it is. Reading on crafting leveling guides. Just simply do the what is it called? Oops. Wait, no. Pick it up. Do the what is it? Collectibles. Collectibles are really easy. I think that's how I got most of mine to all the way to what do you call it? 80 and then 90. Collectibles. Yeah, it is Transvisibility Day. A happy Transvisibility Day for everybody. Let me eat and then I will be good. How are you, VK? Oh no, Ratsney, do you not know what the collectibles are? Collectibles, you can do them. Gotta watch cutscene. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Collectibles, you can... They're usually in every expansion. Usually in the last... My brain buffered really hard. Last area. Just got off work. Nice! Oh, I love that I lose my hood whenever I eat, even though I have a wiggly hood. Okay. Let me get to the cutscene, and then I will request assistance for the Teostra. Going straight to the cutscene, I guess. Ooh. Oh! Thank you for the honk, VK. I think the one Ariel and I are using is from Gillionaire Girls. Oh. Oh, of course it's in the fire area. Did I even bring cool drinks? I didn't. I think I brought cool drinks. Give me my cutscene! Oh, am I? I'm going in. Okay, yeah, I should have brought my cold drinks. Shoot. Oh, I did. Took a little piece of my soul. Just try. Oh. The collectibles, Ariel? Lava, yeah. Oh, volcano area. Oh my god, my hood is wiggling. Oh, it looks so much scarier in World. What the heck? I'm so used to it from Rise looking a little more comical. Forbidden spicy soup. Please do not eat this soup. Do not get near it. Gillionaire girls. Oh. Oh, it's so much scarier in this game. I don't like that. Hey, welcome in, Huey. What is going on? How's it going? How's it going? Alright. Now you guys can jump in. I'm tripping. Okay, that's fine. Please don't swipe. Alright, there you go. You guys should be able to jump in now. I forgot how to fight the Teostra. It's been a while. Is it cool if I just hang out in your lobby and fight? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. I believe, that's the nice thing, I like about World is just, you can just... No. You can just, what is it called? Hang out in the lobby and do quests, and then, you know, if obviously if we get more people, get some help that way. The wiggly head is everything. It is. It's so good. Can you give the fire puppy a hug? Oh wait, I didn't drink my cold drink before this battle. It's always when I realize these things that I die. Please do not hug the fire puppy. I'm so sad. No. Hi. Hello. Oh wait, I'm near the box at least. I can get the stuff here. Take a cold drink. Learn how to play again. No worries. Wait till it eep. A little eep. Yeah. Okay. I'm waiting for a show. So let's go. Alright, I'm just gonna... Oh, where'd it go? Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, showtime. I'm gonna drink my cold drink this time. Like a smarty pants. There we go. Hammer, let's go. I always love the big weapons. I kind of miss playing hammer, but it's hard to solo with heavy weapons personally for me. Okay. Ah! I did not expect you to get that close. Hi. Hello. Thank you for the life juice. I need to remember to start building a wide range set with this. Hold on. Soren, are you still listening? Can I build a wide range set in this game? In World? I'd like to be a healer. It would be nice. What? Oh, ah. Welcome into the lobby, Groggy. What? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can I eat again? I would love to eat, and maybe that'll help. I cannot. Okay. Cool. Anyways, oh wait, is it my set? What am I wearing? Am I weak to fire with the Otogaron set? Oh my goodness, I will cry if I'm weak to fire. What is it? Oh no, I'm good. I have like a +10 resistance. I should be good. Cheh. I hope it is still in the same area. Please, 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 please. Is it still here? Oh, it is. Okay, perfect. Hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Hi, Nonstop Nikki. How's it going? How's it going? Noodle delivery. Thank you for the noodles. Welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? My name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a Urusuri Brown Bear VTuber. Like to play a variety of games. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Let me get you a shout out. How's it going? How's some Genshin Impact? Did I spell that right? I did. Okay. Yeah, I like to play variety of games. No worries. It's okay. It's okay. It's been a very low energy hunt day. If it isn't to the monster, it doesn't count. Hold on. Let me get my botanical research and then I will queue up the quest again. Yeah, variety games, I'm currently playing through some Persona 3, just doing some casual hunts over on World. It is open lobby if anybody wants to join. You're welcome to. Apologies. Anyways, Arise Tarnished. Genshin was fun. Good game to just roam around and figure everything out. Nice. Yeah. How far are you in the story? I have not continued that game in quite a bit. Not very far. Is it your first time playing? Is that why? I haven't played since I finished Liyue. I'm in Sumeru and it's taking forever. Okay, here, I just queued up the quest and you guys can just join in when I go in, which is good. Genshin hype. Yeah. Again, it's definitely a game that I don't think I'll ever catch up to the story for. You started once and only got to adventure rank 10? Yeah. I think I remember taking a big break after the story cap at AR 25. So it's definitely a game to me that I'm just like, ah. I have an easier time playing story like Star Rail. Are you playing Star Rail? At least another MiHoYo game. If you ever die, you can eat at campsites. I tried to, but it was still grayed out for me. So I was like, Yeah, appreciate the tip, Kendo. I feel like I've not been I feel like the change from Rise to World has been harder for me. I feel so overwhelmed with seeing everything, so I'm just like Okay. Oh, cool drinks. Oh, is my... Where's the red box? I have to go in here, right? I just can't with those controls. Yeah, oh, the controls are kind of similar, but then I still get like confused. Oh, I see. I was just like, why is my thing so full? There we go. Now I can carry the health. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just get a bit confused sometimes. I'm like, Again, the investigations are like a big part of this game too, which was the thing that had me so confused when I first started playing too. Yeah, it does look like I have some ads coming up in a couple minutes. If you guys could stick around, I would greatly appreciate it. The ads help disable pre-roll for any new chatters or for any of the people coming in from the raids. Fire Pupper's so cute. I hope you're having fun, Rat's name, because I'm crying. Playing Star Rail as well. Just finished the battle with Coca-Cola. Oh, nice! I hope you're enjoying the story. The story right now is... Wait. I went to the wrong area. The story right now is, like, very, very, very good. I hope you're enjoying it. It would look good with some... Starro goes, yeah. No one say spoilers. I literally just started 2.1, the other day. Like 2 days ago, I believe. Oh, wait. And it's been a ride. Pinaconi is quite literally a fever dream. Taking your time on that one, beginning to get the fun banners. Yeah, I know. Star Rail, I have a lot better luck than I do in Genshin, so I'm a little more... Good evening, CRT. Oh my god. I've been more inclined to play Star Rail since I have basically who I want, and I've built quite a decent team. Ooh. How are you, CRT? Is it work time? You be at work, so lurk. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for coming in to lurk. I appreciate it. New event after the story gives like 2k jade when you finish it. Oh, yeah. I'm saving up for aventuring. I was able to pull Acheron, thankfully. I'm so surprised that I won my 50-50. It was great. It was great. Yeah. The thing is, so I got really lucky with with Black Swan, as well as Imbibber Lune. So I already had Imbibber Lune at E2, but then I was just like, you know what? I might as well go for E3 if I can. I had my friend pull, and they pulled him in what is it? In 10 pulls. I was like, oh, bless. And then since I had leftover jades, I was just like, you know what? Just, pull for me on Black Swans. I'll try for her. I ended up getting her at 25, I think. I wanted to cry. I was just like, oh, I'm not paying attention to my health. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I wanted to cry. I was like, my luck, it's run out. But I was so far pretty okay with Acheron. I won my 50-50, though I did, yeah, I can't eat actually after I die. I won my 50-50, but I did almost hit hard pity, so I was like, ah. I also missed out on Runway. I think I tried for her, but then I gave up really quickly because I was like, I don't have any strong feelings for her. So I'll get her if I could, but I wasn't gonna. Oh. I wasn't really gonna try. But yeah, Dragon Dan is so far my strongest unit. I have him at E3, he's maxed out, he's built, and he just kills everything so quickly. Yeah. Oh, and Kafka. Yeah, I haven't pulled for Kafka. I'll wait for reruns for those. Who's your team so far? Who's your team? Or who's the team that you would like to build eventually as well? Actually missed out on half of them. Yeah, honestly, the reruns happen so quickly that it's easy to just pull when they rerun, I feel. Please. Why am I so squishy against this Teostra? I'm just getting one shot. I had full health there. I don't understand. Oh my god. What is it my gear? I'm gonna cry. Qingque and other people, I guess. I will eventually have a fully built Qingque. She's definitely up there for my second team. Dragon Den also best boy. Yeah. I love Imbibitor Lune so much. Rats, Kendo, I'm so sorry. I have no idea what's happening. I'm just being a fool. Please, 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 please. Let me cool drink just in case I forget. When he burns like this. Oh shoot. I need a roll. I'm on fire. No, 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 no. He takes heavily reduced damage. Oh, got it. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice, 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 nice. He's charging up a big hitter. That makes a lot more sense. So like right now, right? I'm so nervous to get near him when he's like that. Please. Please. Can you get down? Nice. Good job. Sile, Bailu, Hanya, and Ting Yuan. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. That's a pretty solid team. I think when I first started, I was doing Ting Yuan, Jing Yuan. Oh, shh. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh my god. Yeah, oh my gosh. Ting Yuan, regular Den Hung. I'm gonna cry. This thing is gonna kill me again. Jing Yuan and something else, I can't remember. Welcome back. New Star Rail movie that they just posted. Was it the one for Aventurine? Can I get off? Oh my gosh. He's burning up a little too much. Hi, Duck. How's it going? Please. Can you stop being on fire? You're making me so nervous. Like a movie coming to the theaters? Oh? Wait, what? They've been having a lot of... I don't know what's going on. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't know they have a movie coming out. This guy, yeah, he's Let me see if I can upgrade my gear a bit. I don't think I've upgraded anything. And then I'll re-add it. Do you also play Star Rail, Duck? Try a different team. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. If you do any of like the simulated universe or like the memory stuff, it's always a really good way to check your team. I'll do it. You played when it came out and finished the story when and then just stopped. Oh, okay. So where did you finish then? Hold on. Is it even worth the? Let me do just. I'll just do a little bit on each. Man, 58. 3 stages, 1 no fire, easy to deal with, no big damage, can take damage overall. Fire starts, slightly more aggressive will hurt. Oh shit, he's going bananas. Okay, and then it just resets, right? Yeah, yeah. I just went to the concert actually, so that's why I'm just like, I'm just gonna listen to this. Just please a little bit. Yeah, I've been on the post-concert sads. No idea where you left off. Were you in the Liyue counterpart? Were you still in Gerillo? Because right now it's Pinacone. I'll just do, I think, should give me a little bit. Also, decorations, can we make that here? You remember all the fox people? Okay, so you were in like the Liyue counterpart. Hi Tato, how are you? Would have loved to sit. Yeah. Oh my god, Otto was really great in concert. It was such a good experience. Definitely was jamming out. I was very surprised by people who weren't jamming out. I was just like, why are you here if you're not gonna have fun? Like, there was a phone like phones were prohibited. They were locked up in bags. I've done that before for another event, and basically I was just like, let's this recovery up. Actually, what charm am I wearing right now? Let me check. Let me check what I have. But yeah, Otto was definitely an experience live. It was amazing. I would, if you guys ever have like the chance, I would highly recommend. Please, please, please. I can't put anything on this, I see. What charm am I wearing? I am wearing a defense charm. I made another one for no reason. But yeah, her vocals are so powerful live. Yeah, what you been up to lately, Tato? I got Polisher. Let's see. Did I watch One Piece Red? No. So unfortunately, I'm not kept up with One Piece. I don't find myself investing my time to a series I have not started. I would not be able to. But I appreciate all the music from it, and like I have good friends who are very, very into it. So I love to live through them vicariously. I forgot to do my bag. It's at like 1,000 something episodes, right? Like 1,100 or so. So it's kind of intimidating. I was joking with my friend that I would watch like 3 episodes a day this year, and I just cannot. I don't have the time. And between wanting to stream and trying to do schoolwork and full-time work, like, oh, I can barely keep up with the current seasonal stuff. And I'd rather keep up with the current seasonal stuff because that's one and done in like 20-ish episodes, you know, or 12 to 24. You're not really up to date? Yeah. That's fine though. I feel like the story, from what I've heard though, that the creator has still got a couple more years on this, right? Oh, also Duck, if you would like to join, there is still a spot. It's still pretty open. I'm... Blech. You're welcome to, but if you're gonna play with friends, no worries, no worries. Yeah. Oh, great sword. I just noticed you switched weapons, Kendo. Please, I'm trying to run from you. Oh god, don't touch me. Oh no, I'm low health. Don't look at me. Don't breathe on me. Do not. Oh my god, thank you. Bless you for the health booster. He does need a mint. He's stinky. Yeah, no worries, Duck. I just figured I'd invite. I do feel bad. I was supposed to play on Friday, but again, that was the night of the concert, and I just had more things to do than I expected the morning of. So I was like, I'll just move to Sunday night. But I kind of miss playing more midday. So shoot. I am stunned. Okay, okay. Yeah. Hope you're taking it easy, Duck. Any other games you've been playing lately, though? I can't see myself. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am. Okay. Fine. Oh, he's running. Okay. Nope, he's not running. He's just coming back. Being silly. Nice. I'm just gonna wail on its tail. Cyberpunk. Oh yeah, you were playing that last time, right? Or was that somebody else? I feel like there's like another person also playing it, but I could be wrong. No. Nice. Also, welcome in, Hanako. That was you. Okay. I wasn't sure if I was misremembering. Almost done. Dang. I feel like Cyberpunk is a pretty long game as well, though, right? Oh. No, 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 no. Wait, 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 wait. Gosh. It's long. You've been doing a lot of side stuff, so it's... Oh, yeah, I bet. Are you the type of gamer, though, that wants to complete all the side quests before you finish the game? Or are you just kind of like, I'll do what I can? Oh, I could use that. I see. Oh! Not all of them, but most of them. Yeah. I know, I get so confused whenever there's like if it's anything like Final Fantasy 14 where there's side quests, like the blue side quests and then the exclamation point side quests. I'm like, which is more important? Oh, shh! Ah. Yes. Uh-huh. Made my goal to get really good gear, then do the last stuff. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, big rip. Not going so great. Oh, are you wearing... Who is that? Who is that? Is that 2B armor? Hold on. Hold on, friend. Why do you look like 2B? Is it just... Or am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. It's probably just the hair that's confusing me. Okay, I'm just crazy. Oh, my cool drinks. Oh. Okay. It's okay. First death, right guys? Right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, is it limping away already? Okay. No! Nice! Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, my first and only. Uh-huh. Stop it! Oh my god. Who is it? Ratsney, is that you with the flash bombs? Very, very goated. Wow. Just kidding. Where's it going? Back up? Okay. Didn't go that far. It's Somo? What does that mean, rats? Oh, with the flashbangs? Flash bombs? Thank you so much, Kendo. Very good of you. Yeah. Oh, wait. I have a thing. I have a barrel. I have a barrel. Let me throw some barrels down. Hold on. Here you go. Okay. Kaboom! Big kaboom. Yeah! Perfect. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, thank you for the sub, Duck. I appreciate it. Please enjoy your new pancake badge, and please enjoy the emotes. And they have been done by the most wonderful Pina Ploo. Let's go. Thank you. A gem for me? Oh my god. My luck with trying to get a freaking Odegaran gem last time was so sad. I was so... I was so unlucky. It took me so many hunts just to get that gem. I was just like, please. I'm right there. That's the only thing I need to complete the armor set. Oh? You sweating? Oh, no cool drink? I always forget that the quest complete in this game shows you and the hunters anyways next to each other. The grind is never ending. It truly doesn't end. Ever. Never. Yeah! Now you can do the jam! Okay, complete. Speak to the third fleet master and search the ancient for tracks. Okay, apologies. I will go back into this very, very sad, just quietly, investigation. Where's the third? Oh, there's. Oops. Okay, that's. What do you got for me, handler? Let me talk to you after. Where are we at? There you are. I've been looking for you. Off the Rotten Vale to look for an Elder Dragon, are you? The Admiral was just here and told me all about it. Allow me to fill you in. The effluvium in the Vale has been getting denser. That woman over there is the one who discovered it while she was out investigating. Thankfully, she alerted me to the anomaly at once. We've observed this phenomenon once before, back when the Third Fleet and I first arrived. We determined that the monster must be lurking at the center of the effluvium. So chances are the Elder Dragon you are seeking is the one lurking in the effluvium. Let's not waste time. You'll find the evidence at the bottom of the Vale. Cool. Okay. Any quest in forest can track. Oh yeah, that's true, huh? Okay. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, check it out, yeah. Let's see. Oh, I guess I will continue to clear these if that's okay. Any ancient forest? Yeah, let's do Azure Rathalos. Someone's in the forest. Okay. If anybody wants to join for this one. Where is... where's the canteen? You're not the canteen. Okay, hold on. I cannot find the canteen in this fleet command. I'm gonna go. Nope, I don't want to depart. Just kidding. I will figure it out. I'll just eat at the camp. Easy. Oh wait, was it behind me? No. Was it? No. I'm gonna go crazy. Okay. Anyone else gonna join? Welcome to join for this one. Probably just go ahead and depart. If anybody wants to join, they can jump in. Ah, perfect. Hello. Give me. Dun dun dun. I'm standing still. Where on earth did it go? Did I eat before the hunt? No, I have to go to, I could not find it in the, in that fleet command. I was gonna eat at the camp. That's what I'll do right now, before I forget. Camp. Tuna! Heck you. Heck you. Oh, you can't? It says I can right here. It says I can right here. What are you talking about? Eh? Love you too, best fish. Hi, Wolfie. How are you? Bamboozled. At the airship? Oh, you can't. Okay, I could have sworn you could. But good to know. And I already was stuck in there because if I left, I was gonna yeet myself out to the quest. Let me pick up some stuff. What? Lelo, 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 lelo. Okay. Bugs, lead me. Sadly, not at the airship. Food is prohibited. Sad. Unfortunate. Cheh, these things. Oh my gosh. Hi, Waffles. What part of what time are you in now for for Stardew? What year? Yeah, not a fan of the airship. It's Shinji chairs. Year 1, day 26. Ooh. I feel like I've never finished a year. I feel like I get to... Yay! Okay, we can go for the Russia Athlos now. Or Azure. Okay, let's hunt Azure. Follow you, Kendo. Yeah, I feel like the thing is sometimes the days go too fast for me when I play. Are you playing vanilla or are you playing modded, Waffles? Points. Vanilla, my friend and I are putting in the work. Oh, nice. You are much stronger than I am. So much stronger. We got to the end of year 1. Did we get to the end of year 1? I feel like we didn't even make it past the winter because we kept having so many issues with our files for multiplayer. You maxed out fishing, not sure what else to do. Of course. Only cosmetic mods? Oh, okay. I really like the cosmetic mods that we have. I can't remember which mods we have. I would have to go through our Google Drive again to double check. Fishing over anything else? Yeah, fishing is the end game in it's Stardew. Ah, I see. Hello. Whee. Oh. Let me get out of my... Oh. Nice. I don't like that he's in there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I hate this forest. It's not great. Ah! It is really not my favorite place to be fighting. Especially with some of the levels, because I'm just like, is it gonna go? Where is it going, you know? Ducks over everything else. You're right. You're right. Ah. Not biased. Not biased at all. Just like I'm not biased for bears, right? Oh shoot, I'm poisoned again. Well, it keeps falling, so that's great. No! Can't see anything. I'm too short for this. I'm always too short for these dragons. For the wyverns. Ah! Nice, nice. Oh my god, I need to get something to drink potions faster because this is so frustrating how slow I am. Oh. Chop that dragon up. I am. I'm doing my best. Tail? Tail? Oof. Okay, it's Newman. Ah, I realized my auto playlist is playing over again. I will probably switch over to another, to just my usual music after. Oh, where did it go? Where's it going? Yeah, I'm kidding. Oh, is it sleeping up top? Is it still moving? Yeah, it's still moving. Oh. Ah. Please. I cannot see. Let me unlock from there. Oh, is it limping? Where's it limping to? You're still awake, Ariel. I thought you loved sleep tonight. I thought sleep loved you. Doing a big sleep. I have barrels. I have barrels, rat. I'll put one here. I'll put one here. Oh, I thought I was gonna fall off. Oh! You know, that wasn't what I was expecting. I'm so sorry, rat. Wait, hello, can I stop for that? Well, they can fight down there. You know? I could just watch this happen from above for a little bit. Rat's doing fine down there, right? Oh my god, the tuna boogie is so cute. I can't get over it. Oh, just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gonna alert because you have to get some work done. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for stopping by, Doug, and chatting. I appreciate it. If you're feeling some hunts tomorrow, I will be doing some more hunts tomorrow as well. But have a good lurk. Take care. Take care. Oh my god. You gotta sleep. Yeah, no worries, Toto. Hope it's easy to get your tires changed. Hope it's quick. Tippins! Tippins! Gonna get a quiet shout out as well, please. If you guys have not met the copyright-free skeleton VTuber, please check out Tippins. Yay! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on. There you go. Shopping and laundry done. You deserve a hunt, Tippins. You deserve it. Maybe even two. Was it an errands day? Are you back to school now, Tippins? Are you back to classes? Exam leave? Is it like a break? I have no idea what an exam leave is. You're gonna have to explain that to me. Whee! Oh my gosh. Oh, I was very much so not in my window for this. Hee. These are some fast hunts. Yeah! Easy. Did my quest thing too, so that's good. Hold on. I'm gonna do a reset real quick of my... For some reason... My view bridging was acting really funky. I just noticed, and I was like, why is it not... Why is it being weird? Chief Ecologist. Let me see. The one here. No. Let's see. Before exams, we get two weeks off to rest and study for exams, but we get 3 weeks this year because of Easter. That's so nice. That's really nice. What the heck? I wish I had breaks like that for exams. I hope you're studying hard. How do you feel confident about your exams though, Tippins? Guma just cracked. I wish. No? I mean, like, we'll have, like, obviously, like, a lot of review, but we don't get, like, days off for it, you know? Chief Ecologist, where am I going? This guy? Tippins, America could never. America could never. I've been deathly sick for 3 weeks. No! In college, I got a week of no class, then a week of all exams. I did go to a, I didn't go to, so here in California, I went to a California State University. I went to a CSU rather than a UC. We didn't have that. I mean, we had classes all the way until. Do need to run off to laundry, so I'll leave my downrank character. Oh, okay, no worries, Wolfie. Oh, is that you that jumped in? Field team leader. Where's the field team leader? Oh, Wolfie's demonic core. Okay. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Oh, I just got over here. I think I need to check for online educations here. Take some coding upgrades. Don't want to do physical lectures. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, Toon and I are doing a boot camp. I'm sure you could find some sort of boot camp as well for your area. Oh, I didn't mean to talk to you. I'm so sorry. Oh, I had to talk to the fleet commander again. Dang it, I had to go over there to the airship. I know we're starting. Did you already get your certificate for JavaScript? I have not checked mine. And I know we're supposed to get that this week. I do know that our professor graded pretty late because we didn't get our grades until like 2 days ago. If I can get it through an education system here, I can get paid to study. Oh. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you might as well take advantage if you can. Ooh, okay. Next one's gonna be Kashala. Hee. Valhazak. Oh, okay. I've heard this a bunch, but I don't think I've ever seen it in Rise. Have I? Question mark? Okay, I think I'm going to have to... Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to... We'll do Val's not in Rise. Okay. Hi Zero, how are you? I have open hunts if you want to join, Zoro. You're welcome to join. Mama Bear can join. Oh, speaking of, oh my gosh, I was talking about your homebrew Final Fantasy. Oh my god, why did I say Final Fantasy? Fire Emblem D&D group that you were doing. I had a couple people jump in talking about D&D, and oh wait, I forgot I can go because I have to get the cutscene. And I have some friends who are doing like a VTuber D&D group. If you're interested, you should take a peek. Tuna, could you give a shout out to Prof? He's gonna start that next week, I think. Yeah, I had a bunch of D&D folks come in chatting about it. Thank you, Tuna. Yeah, he's doing like 12 VTubers across like 4 days for a cute little one-shot. Is it a homebrew, Tuna? Tuna's gonna be in it. D&D hype? Yeah. I'm very excited. It's a homebrew. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, the Wiggly Hood is so freaking hilarious to me. I heard D&D and Duck. Yeah. And then, so... Oh, what's it called? And then when you get a chance, Tina, can I get another shout out for Zoro? Yeah, Duck. I think you were around there for that chat that I was talking about with the Fire Emblem D&D. Zoro here in chat is the one who does the homebrew. I think he DMs it, which is really cool. He did all the avatars as well for the entire group, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, so pretty. God, it's so beautiful in this game. It's pretty in Rise. It's even more magnificent in World. Okay. Hi. You started it. Shogun Me, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay here. You're jumping in? Yeah, no worries. Oh, I need to eat. I am a fool. I need to eat. No. Hold on. I didn't even eat before coming in here. I'm an idiot. You don't like Kashala? Oh. I am still in combat, I see. Hold on. Love Monster Hunter, but I only have Rise. Oh, no worries. I haven't played Rise in a bit, but I do play Rise on occasion. Eating is for nerds. Listen, I'm a nerd. I'm still in combat. Please? 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 One day we'll finish. Yeah. So, I mainly play Rise offline. If I do, I'm playing with, Tippins and Soren, and, we've just been kind of grinding through Sunbreak. But yes, we will finish. We will finish one day. But what, weapon do you main, Shogun? I hope you're enjoying Rise. Rise is still fun. I enjoy Rise, coming from there. What is it? Defense up? Okay. We're all nerds here. If you're watching me, you're a nerd. You're absolutely a nerd. Perfect. You're literally watching me be an anime character on stream, play video games. If that doesn't say anything about you, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Yes. It's okay. Nerd is said affectionately to everybody. Heavy bowgun. Ooh, I feel like I haven't used again. I think on 3DS I would play heavy bowgun and hunting horn, but I have not had the urge to play it in the Rise and here. I like Rise, but World is so much better. That's fair. That's fair. The thing is, a lot of people who like Rise don't like World, and a lot of people who like World do not like Rise. It's very different gameplay, I feel. And that's fair. Again, for the longest time, I couldn't get into World back on PS4 because it was just really hard to play alone for me personally. Whereas with Rise, I could do solo on easy. Yeah, Rise is definitely much easier than World. It holds your hand a lot more. Everything is a lot easier. I miss the wire bugs personally because I'd be like, yeah, I can get up quick. GU over both. I don't think I played GU. I should probably pick it up. But again, I have so many other games to play right now, and like because I'm still grinding here in World, I'm like, I can barely even keep up with one or the other, you know? Hi Fuzzy! How are you? Good morning. Or good afternoon. Riding your dog was fun. Yeah, I really like riding the Palamutes. It definitely makes it easier to sharpen. Nice. Oh, wow. Another duck. Look at that. Look at that. We have 2 waffles and 2 ducks now. I have bird siblings and syrup siblings now. I'm just gonna start collecting them all in my chats. Where am I going? Am I running that way? Yeah. I think it took a while for me to get into World. I really ended up getting more motivated because one of my Oshis has been doing open lobbies, and I'm just like, oh, he's an Iceborn. One day I'll get there. So I was like, okay, I'll start picking it up. I'll start playing again. Yeah. And again, for some reason, it was just really hard for me to pick it up in the beginning. But I do like the atmosphere a lot in World. I'm starting to get used to the investigation aspect of it. And I just, honestly, the music and seeing the monsters look so much more realistic is so cool to me. So I do like it for that. I do like it a lot for that. Syrup sip. I was confused by the sound of my own game. Oh. Can't wait for Zinogre. Ooh. Rise? I can't remember too much of Rise soundtrack. I did enjoy a lot of the fact that you can have like custom lobby music and whatnot, right? So I like the track with Nano singing in one of them. No! Nice! Oh my god, that was so high up in the air that it fell from. Vocals are good, but I feel like that's cheating a little. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, well, not really unfortunate, but the music is really low for me. I have it as like white noise at this point, and whenever the music gets really intense in Monster Hunter, I'm like, oh. I don't even hear the music anymore. I just hear Monster Hunter. Bless. Incredibly rare collectible creature? Oh? Well, where's it going? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hmm? This way. Ooh. I have to find it. Did you get it? Wigglehead. Yes, Wigglehead. You should get a Wigglehead, Kendo. The events are permanent, so you can go get them. Nice. Very pog. Has anybody found the pink wiggly, the wigglers, the pink wiggler? I hear that that's a rare thing. I want to one day find a pink wiggler. It's sleeping. I have barrels, I think. No, I don't. Just kidding. I do not. Go forth. Have fun. Kaboom! I'll sharpen that while I'm here. In the coral area. Ooh, okay. Kaboom? Kaboom? How'd you get up? Hold on, am I crazy? Oh, oh no. Fuzzy, thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate in a moment. How do I get up there? Uh-oh. 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 Speed? Okay, there we go. I was like, hello? Oh, wasn't climbing when I was trying to run in front of the wall. Wasn't working. Okay, hold on. My phone is screaming at me. I will drink water. Oh yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Fuzzy. I was having a moment. Look at my little wiggler head. Look at it go. Why is it tilted though? What am I doing? Oh. Oh. Take all. Geology, okay. So many elder dragons. Okay. I'm going to queue up the Valhazak, but I'm gonna force an ad so I can take a little bit of a stretch break. 1 second. Yeah, so ads are coming up soon, but I'm just gonna go ahead and force it in a moment once I do these. Just again, I will take a stretch break. If you are I have not yet gotten that. I will get the fishing game soon for the ad watchers and for the BRB screen. But if you are going to be hanging around through the ads, please cutscene we won't be able to join. Okay, got it. Please, stand up, stretch, hydrate, definitely get that blood flowing.
I'm in danger.
I've been sitting at my desk for a little bit, so I'm just like, oh, I feel it. I need a blood flow. Yes. Yeah, let me get the... So I have not experienced the Valhazak, so we'll see how that goes. I'll just pick it up real quick. Actually, should I just very quickly do the cutscene and then peace out? Because I can do the cutscene and I can leave it, right? Let me do that. I got like a couple minutes. Stick to ad, then you go Mimir. Yeah, no worries, Zoro. I know it's late. Get some sleep. Good luck, Bear. Thank you, Duck. Yeah, let me just get the cutscene and I'll dip out and then I'll push the ad through. Oh my god. That jump always gets me. Where is it? He's far. Oh my god. The wiggle. That wiggle is so aggressive. Is it in here? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. It's basically folding. This is your favorite base game monster? The Valhazak? Or my cutscene? Hmm? Huh? Ooh, I have no idea what it looks like. My money don't wiggle wiggle. It folds. I like the way you jiggle jiggle. Faux show. Okay. I'm gonna see what this mon looks like. Simply buff everyone else so they can carry themselves. Honestly, I miss hunting horn buffs. The Teostra was rough. Okay, cutscene. What does this monster look like? Oh, hello. A surprise. This is so... I take myself out of my own immersion with my stupid wiggly hood. It's so funny. Oh! Hello? Oh my god, the music for this. Those violin strings. Huh? Hello? I just steal its life force? Big sniff. Oh, that's not creepy at all. Excuse me? Oh. Is it like a vampire? Oh. Oh, it's got 2 mouths. Oh my god. Zombie dragon. Oh. Okay, goodbye. I'm leaving. It's death. Death incarnate. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, perfect timing. The ads should be starting. I'm gonna go ahead and push it through. Again, stand up, stretch. Please, 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 please. Stretch. What? What do you mean, what? Its base is a wet cream color, but it covers itself in rotting monster corpses. You are stuck on joining? Oh, Ratsney. It's death. Getting coffee. Ooh, please enjoy your coffee. Yes. Okay, so anybody who is still around, again, gonna run an ad. Gonna run ads. I'll be back. Please stretch. Please stretch. And then we'll get back into the Valhazak. It's a cutie. Oh, no worries, Kendo. Honestly, Twitch has been highlighting the unfollow button for some reason whenever I'm lurking in channels, so if it happened, don't even worry about it. Also, I went to go grab some fruit, but I like ran downstairs and ran back up, and I'm just like, oh, I'm so out of breath. Let me pick up the quest. Oh, I was just like, why is it so quiet all of a sudden? I didn't have my headset on. Get that going. So I have the quest up. I'm just gonna eat and also shove some fruit in my face. I followed along to— oh yeah, no, no worries, Kendo. Again, for some reason the unfollow button gets highlighted, so it could have been an accident that you unfollowed. No worries. Yeah, no, I don't know why. It just does that for everybody. I'll literally just be like lurking, and I have to very carefully highlight out away from the unfollow button because I'm just like, please, I don't want to have to follow again and make it look awkward. Apologize if you hear munching. Should fix that? Yeah, it should. Okay. Okay. Sometimes Twitch unfollows me from channels and I don't want to follow again because it makes it look— honestly, you have the chance for a funny bit. Not a worry for you anymore. Oh, duck. Honestly, just do the follow back. I feel like it's really understandable right now because Twitch is just acting funky. 2 horns. Hee. Cute. Yes, what is the funny bit, Tippins? I must know. Also, I need to remember to change the music because this is like the 3rd time I think I've heard this now. I'm waiting for Joe. God damn it. Welcome in, Simply Tippins. My name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a Usudi Brown VTuber. I like to play a variety of games, some Monster Hunter, some Persona 3. I was like, what bit? What are you talking about? So smart of you, Tippins. You're so smart. You're so silly. 2 horns, 1 hunt, no balls. Yep. Listen, hunting horns are great though. I do appreciate hunting horns. Welcome into the cafe. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh my god, please. Uh-oh. Rat, why did you leave? Okay. Okay. Hello. You're a little spooky. It kind of reminds me of a— what do you call it? The drapes of its face remind— oh, ew, stinky. Why does it— A lot of debris off this mon. Oh, well, I hope you enjoy the show. Hehe. Oh, I keep forgetting I need to change my little messages. Fart clouds. It's a pretty sneaky monster. I like the music though that's going on for it. Oh, I forget Tibbins has the stamina buff. I'm so glad. This is the best thing that could have ever happened to me. I can't see anything. Oh wait, I just was not in demon mode. Hee hee. Normal status effect. Okay, it looks really cool though from afar. It's still sneaky though. Cookie Sanity, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here in the cafe. How's it going? How's it going? Yes, max stamina, let's go. I can't see anything with this FOV. Jesus. Hey, hey. How are you? Did you come in with the raid? Did you just pop in for Monster Hunter? Also, if you have a favorite cookie, what is your favorite cookie? You miss playing Monster Hunter? Oh my god, yeah. This has been my weekly because I want to grind. And it's just easier with friends and with community. You should play again though. Do you play on PC? Do you play World? Do you play Rise? I just noticed Hanako is wearing their Wiggly hood. Let's go. Is that my son? My son! Hi Crow, how are you doing? I am beating a dragon's butt. Oh, just kidding. It's beating me. I'm joking. Ah! Okay, that's fine. You have Monster Hunter World, Iceborne, and Rise on PS5. Ooh, oh, do you play all on console? I really wish they would let, oh. It's so scary how when it gets knocked down, it really does just look like it's dead. Like a zombie. Oh. Crow! Thank you! Thanks for resubbing! Enjoy the pancakes! Oh, also Crow, I have Discord. I remember you said that you don't know when those open, but I do have a Discord now. If you do !Discord, you can get into the server. My cafe is open. It is soft open. I wish I did forget. Yeah, I have so many friends who play on like console, so it's just like, oh, I'm sad. I would love for everybody to play with. The pancakes are shiny. They are shiny. Yeah, it's a little quiet space for now, but I enjoy it that way. I feel like I get too overwhelmed when a lot of people talk, so if I get a little quiet at times, don't mind. But it's a space. It's a space. Thank you guys. Wow, that was so quick. I love double hunting horns. It's very pog. Yeah, I think you have I have what is it? There should be a bronze, a silver, a gold, and then a rainbow pancake, I believe. I'm getting to that point where it is a very much so. I've been streaming for almost 2 years now. But in actuality, I took a pretty long break from August to like January, February-ish. because of my move. So, but still, 2 years coming up. Yeah, it's a simple cafe. Yeah, you just sneakily slip in. Let me switch my music up because I think I'm a little I'm autoed out for a moment. Okay. Been trying to get back into the grind on monsters and streaming. Oh, gotta take care of the babies first. Yeah, stream at your own pace. I'm distracted by reading. Stream at your own pace. Just have fun with it. The wiggly head is it's so funny to just watch. I wish crossplay was a thing. Yeah. I'm sad. Again, that's like another big thing why I didn't get into World for a while, because I was just like, can't play with friends. Because the only friends I know on World was originally on PS5 or PS4. But luckily a lot of VTuber friends are on PC, so it makes it really easy. Just be like, hi. Games? Games. Also, I see you've opened up Final Fantasy Rats. Please enjoy. How far are you now in Final Fantasy? You finished Stormblood. Soon. So 22 hours a day, right? Until you finish Endwalker? So you can play Dawn Trail on release, right? Favorite monster is Colve. I don't remember which one that is. I don't think I've come across it. If it's anything from World, I don't really know all the monsters. I like the Dodo Gamma. It was really cute. That one was super cute when I saw it. Speak to the handler. Okay. We gotta do some Colve hunts when you get her. Ooh, is she pretty? Is that what I'm hearing? Pretty monster? Oh, the horns you wear come from her. Okay, hold on. Are you in the Gathering Hub? Let me go to the Gathering Hub. I want to see what you're wearing. Oh. No, wait. Tippins, where are you? Get over here, Tippins. Snowy Raw, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay here in the cafe. Oh, that's cool. You were in the wrong hub. Oh, I see. Wait, is that an emote? What is that? What is that? What the heck? Where'd you get that from? Oh, Wolfie, what is this? Oh, is it a Keating? Dragoon gem from Final Fantasy. How'd you get that? Is it an event? Look at that. Look at that hood. We're communicating. But okay, you said the horn you have is from her. Ooh, that's really cool. Does it have a large underbite? Wants to show why okay, girl. Why is it you are not supposed to shuffle? Fight the behemoth? Oh, okay. Is that a pickle? Hunting horn is Joe. Oh, the head horns. Oh, they look like ram horns. Those are so pretty. Watame, yeah, Watame horns, basically. Those are so pretty. Okay, okay. Yeah, definitely when I get there, I would love to hunt for, I would love to grind for that. I wonder what it looks like on the male armor set. Cute. Look at you, Tiffins. Watermelon. Okay, hold on. Let me talk to the handler and see what the next quest is. She's slow when she's covered in her golden robe, but when it comes off, ooh. I'm excited, I'm excited. When do I see her? Because right now I'm at HR something. Hold on. Gonna leave ya. What is Land of Convergence? Is that a investigation? Or optional? She's post base game. Oh, okay, so I'll have to get her in Iceborne. Wigglehead? No, it's not that hard. You have to do the Rathalos and Azure Rathalos quest for the faux ticket, and then the capture 10 Wigglies. Pre-Iceborne. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Snow. Ooh. What's this area? Yeah. Oh. Successfully snuck in. Yes, enjoy your stay. Oh. Oh. New World Hunter. Awesome character you spent hours on. Oh, yeah. Unfortunate. I think it's so weird that they still have to use PlayStation Plus to move over your stuff. That's unfortunate, though. Okay, hold on. Oh, no! I like the song too, but I'm gonna skip it. Because I want to stop the shuffle. It was not supposed to be shuffling. Wait. Hello? Hold on. My Spotify broke. I'm gonna close that real quick and open it up again. That was so weird. Would have joined when you made the original sheet, but I got ADHD. No, no, no. No worries. No worries. Thank you for joining now. Okay, there we go. I was just like, hello? Harry Bear, Scary Bear. Hi, KO. How are you? Casual hunter here. Yeah, no worries. No worries. I'm also a casual hunter. It is okay. Rogue, I can't. You're too sweet to me. You're too sweet. How are you, Rogue? Good afternoon. Yeah, I have a check-in feature. It is a gacha for drinks. Also, Cal, what is your frappuccino choice? Do I have to... Wait, what do you mean good luck? What is this quest supposed to be? Oh no. Oh, are we doing the Zoro Magdaros again? Soar, studio remodeling. Nice. Are you doing all the work yourself? I can't take myself seriously with my freaking wiggly hood. I wish you could make your palicos a wiggly hood. Wiggle should win. Yes. Welcome in you. I'm Guma. Hi Sojeto, how are you? Wait. Now you guys got me nervous. Hold on. I'm gonna turn off the music for this. I'm gonna turn off the music just for this. I am also a master carder, don't worry, rats. New desk in there as well. Nice. Ooh, are you setting up like a nice little like game room or office? Also, the hunting is going. Making my way through HR, baby HR. Thank you for checking in, Crow. And thank you for the hydrate. I've been eating some fruit. If I'm ever too quiet and you see me munching, it's just some fruit. Thank you. I will also stretch. And for the head pads, taking care of me over here. Great mother of damn. What is that? Is that an egg? Yeah, the full care package. Crystals? The cryo crystals? Excuse me? Oh, what is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? Me when my alarm goes, same. What is that? It's very pretty. Oh. Wait, am I doing this alone? Wait, my Palico? Hello? This thing is so pretty. We could, no, you would not let me solo it. You would not. What the heck? We didn't even get his name yet. I also forgot to eat before this. I probably should have eaten, but I'll have, I'm gonna have some friends help, right? Right? I cannot solo the Durgan. I'm too short! Ah! Oh. Okay, I'll just hit the feet. I can hit the feet. Oh, I cannot. There you go. Hello, duck. Yay. Oh, is this your hunting horn? What's it doing? What's it doing? What's it doing? What's it doing? I ran out of stamina, Lamau. This music is so epic. Speaking of music, Rogue, what kind of music do you make? Saw your question earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt the cutscene. But yeah, I saw you produce music. That's cool. Heck. What do you mean now we can carve it while it's moving? Oh, okay. IBK. No. Okay. Thank you for the boost. Oh my god. This is so cool. What is this? Hi, B-Dog. Oh, big glow. Slay. I just realized it says slay question mark. We don't. Ah! Don't. No, no, no. Don't. Is this a fun fight? It's a really pretty dragon, that's for sure. Oh my god.
It's time to activate my third eye.
Am I activating my third eye? This one's got like 8 eyes at least. Oh, please, please, please. I don't have enough stamina for this. Do I have an energy? I do not. Oh, I do. Slay it, capture it. Can you fix him? I don't know. Oh my. Oh, nice. I don't know, but the monster's gonna fix you, rat. Ah! Hello? Traveling via Wing Drake. Where are we going? Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, Wolfie, your messages. Ah. I'm just tripping everywhere. Hello? Hello? Please. Why am I limping every time? Okay. Oh, ah! Yeah, the tremor is much. Oh my, it sure did just hatch. It is about 10 minutes old. Ooh. Whoa. Okay. Okay. I want to cut off its tail. Okay. It heard me. Yeah. Oh, wait. It looks different. It looks upgraded. Oh, nice. Thank you guys. Oh. Whoever had insurance, thank you for my life. Oopsie. Anyways, I can eat now. Yay. Okay, we try that again. I can fast travel, right? Is that what she said? Oh. No? Oh, I can do a hitching post? This one? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hi, Techno! Oh! I should not be eating fruit at this time. Oh. Where's his tail? I'm gonna go carve this instead. Stay safe tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do. Can I even get anything from this? Is it even gonna give me anything? Oh, I only get a question mark still? Well, I got tail, so I'll take it. Oh my god, the scream that it lets out is like guttural. Angie boy. Hi, Woofle. How are you? I see the other syrup sibling is here. Can it get down? Thank you. How are you? How are you? Please no. Please no. Please no. I'm stuck here. There you go. I'm good. Thank you for asking. I am taking it easy. I hope you had a good Easter. If you celebrate. If not, I hope you had a good morning, afternoon, evening. Beating up baby dragons. Yeah, basically. Listen. Listen. Self-defense. I did it in self-defense.
I'm in danger.
Oh, shoot. I'm on fire. Thank you for checking in. Oh, nice. I'm glad you got to spend time with your mom. What kind of lunch did you have? I know Scovo in chat had like almost like a Thanksgiving meal with their family. Oh, I should sharpen. That'd be a good idea. Yeah, more tea. Oh. Yeah. I'm trying to add more drink options to the gacha check-in. And I was just like, oh, I don't have a lot of tea options. Oh, I love speed sharpen. Thank you, Odegaran. Burgers. That sounds so tasty. I'm probably... burger sounds good. Now I'm thinking about burgers. Maybe tomorrow for lunch. As a dragon, you allow it. It's self-defense, though. It's self-defense. Dragons are evil 90% of the time. Okay, I will agree only because every time I've done raids in Final Fantasy for dragons, for EX raids, they have always been the worst raids. Yay! Thank you guys. More Wiggler sets? Ooh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What time is it? I'm a PST time zone. So if you ever see me streaming, it is PST hours, usually the evenings. I actually don't even know what time it is. I haven't checked. It's almost 10 p.m. I love getting question mark, question mark, question mark scales and question mark, question mark, question mark shells. I don't like the shaking on the tremor. Hold on. Why is it tremoring? I don't like that. GG. Thank you! Thank you guys! Oh, are those bunny ears? Those are so cute. Everyone got the tail? Yeah! I did get the tail, thank you. Did I get a gem? I didn't even see it. I was not paying attention. If I did, that'd be great. Because then I don't have to worry. Oh, it's so much more dramatic with my wiggler head. Saved. Ah, unfortunately, it was not me. It may have been somebody else. What is this? Claw. Okay. Due to daylight saving. Oh yeah, we're in the same time zone, I guess. It's weird to me that like different states do different dates for time zones. For DST. Sad. It's okay. Maybe the next one. Whenever I decide to farm that. It was pretty. I have to see what the set looks like, but I assume I'm not gonna know that until like closer to end game for base. The set is one of your favorites? Ooh. Is it the one with the scarf that people have, or is that different? Oh, different. Okay. Oh, that's so interesting, Crow. Oh, they did put me back in the newbie gear. Give me back my wiggler head. Yeah, the wiggler head goes with everything. Were you wearing it last time, Woofle? What do you mean 18 minutes of cutscenes, Tippins? What do you mean? Huh? Oh? What do you mean 18 minutes? Oh! The Palico! Oh my god. Which gathering hub are we in? We are in just the base. The Astera? Wait. Is this the end of base game world?
一種のフェロモンのようなものかもな。
I don't have Iceborne yet,
こうして
so we're gonna grind quests for like another hour.
竜化氷の地に古竜が現れたのも同じ理由だろう。何にせよ、こんなモンスターが外へ出たら何もかもが危うい。
Yeah. Let's do the other stuff.
ご苦労さんだったな。
いいんだ。君が持っていてくれ。
Final Fantasy collab. Yeah. I wanna do it. Still lots to do. Yeah. I'll do that.
みな集まってくれ。ギルドより返書が届いた。古竜渡りの解明、実に見事。貴殿らの報告を受け、ギルドはかの古竜を
FF collab, huh?
ゼノジーバと名付けることを正式に決定した。
Xeno'jiiva.
これにて古竜調査の任務を完了とし、貴殿らの帰還を要請する。長きにわたる調査、ご苦労であった。しかし、新大陸での調査は非常に有意義なものである。もし調査続行の意思があらば、その旨検討してほしいとのことだ。この地に残り、新たな調査を行うことはさらなる苦難の始まりでもある。さて、希望者はいるかな。
Yes, he said Xeno'jiiva. Need to see what special weapons I can find for dual blades. Oh, I should look into like the event weapons actually. Is there any fun stuff for them? I am not tied down to dual blades. I was just doing it because it was fast. But yeah, I will have to hold off on Iceborne stuff. I actually do not have the expansion yet. Ooh, Devil May Cry? Wow, can't believe I finished World, you guys. I was not expecting that so soon. Thank you guys for everybody who helped me. I like this music. There's a couple fun ones. There's fish, beer, and cake. Ooh. Xeno'jiiva. Okay, first of all, wait, hold on. I don't know what is Xeno'jiiva. Was it the thing we just went against? Don't think the weapon is a funny event one for DMC, but it is a sword. Oh, it was really pretty. I did like it. Oh, the buns. Oh, I'm half distracted. That's what happens. This is what happens when I play games that have story on stream. Especially when I'm yapping away. Yeah, I got like another hour in me for some hunts, so we can do some fun stuff. We can do some grindy stuff for a little bit. These are such pretty shots. This game is so beautiful. Oh, it's a charge blade for Dante's sword? Ooh. It turns from a sword into a bigger sword. Bless. Gonna get some breakfast before you go eat. Yeah, no worries. Go get some food. And get plenty of rest, Ratsney. Thank you for hunting. Dang. I didn't realize how short the game is. But maybe it's because I haven't played Rise in so long, you know? Yo, it's a Goomba. Yo, it's a Venna. Hi, Venna. How are you? Big fan of that charge blade? Nice. Okay. There's still more base game monsters to face. Oh, okay. Okay, that'd be good. That'd be good. I would like to do some more base game stuff. Thank you for the head pads, much appreciated. Yeah, I think this might be the game where I start to do I believe Pina and I have been doing it, where we've been clearing all of the quests on Rise, just going down the list and basically checking them off. I would not mind doing that for this game before I get into Iceborne, because I'm gonna have to wait for another sale for that one, I think. But the game goes on sale pretty often, or I could probably find a cheaper code for it, I believe. Yeah. Drowny Crake Brooms? What is that one? Does that also do? Are those dual blades? Oh my god, there's more. There's more credits. Okay, that's fine. We can chat over this. It truly was 7 minutes of cutscenes and 11 minutes of credits, huh? But also, welcome in, Isa Project. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know yet what weapon I want to kind of main for Master Rank. I haven't really decided. Creators Nexus stores usually just get. Ooh, okay. I'll take a peek. Again, it's mainly just I have to wait until my next paycheck. I have like so many things that I need to get. I can still probably hold off on pre-ordering Dawn Trail. I could probably also. I'm also holding off on getting the DLC for Persona, since that's in September. Because it's not like there's like any immediate things that I can get besides for Dawn Trail getting the EXP earring. So I'm not too worried for all these pre-order stuff, but yeah, I'm excited to get to Iceborne though. Actually take a peek now and see how much it's gonna be while we're watching this. Iceborne has a lot of your favorite. Ooh, I'm excited to see some of the newer monsters because I have not seen everything. OST goes hard. Yeah. Let's see. Some stuff. No worries, Blue. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. You're never late. Never late. Where Sun Meets the Moon and HR4 to start that quest. Okay. Which one? That's the weapon for the Downy Crake Brooms. Is that a dual blade? They have Iceborne for $20. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Nexus. World, Iceborne. Is this a safe site to buy games from? I only asked because my page is taking forever to load for some reason. Oh, yeah, looks like we got some ads that are going to be happening in a couple minutes. Our next access mods safe. Oh wait, am I in the wrong place? No, these are mods. You bought yours through it? Okay, hold on. You offer your time and support. Thank you, Cal. Thank you. For a lot of people who don't realize it, so I am doing I'm not using pre-roll ads, which is very helpful for new folks coming in and for raiders. So as soon as they jump into the stream, they're not slapped in the face by ads, which is awesome. Do I know any streamers who are Capcom? Actually, I feel like I do, but I'm not sure. I would have to look. I would have to ask. Would they happen to have like a code that would give them like, I don't know, bonuses? Because that might be better. I would love to do it that way so that like my friends get support. Okay, I do see it here for 20. And that's usually about the same price that people will get it on sale for, right? They probably have their Nexus in there about... Oh, okay. I'll ask first then, I guess, because I feel like I know somebody. I feel like I know somebody who's mentioned that they are a Capcom creator. Oh. My wiggly hood's back.
これからもよろしくお願いします。さあ行きましょう。新大陸へ。
Wonderful. Wonderful. Look at that. Welcome. Massive expansion. The beginning is just the hunt is just beginning. Okay. I'm sorry. I will stuff I'm not hidden. Streamstone Shard. New cutscene. That's the greatest entrance ever. Not gonna go there yet. Okay, so yeah, I think it sucks whenever raiders come in and they're slapped in the face by pre-roll ads. So I didn't realize how unfortunate pre-roll ads are. Picked up your copy of Iceborne and Base World for Nexus for $30. Okay, that sounds about right. I'm pretty sure I only paid like $10 for World, so I'll do it through Nexus, but I'm gonna double check first if I have any friends who are Capcom creators. Someone said that they're finally getting cross-platform for Wilds. I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, let's get wiggling. Hello, fellow hunters. Are you ready to wiggle? Okay, so I'll be here in the regular gathering hub if anybody would like to do things. Hello, Woofle. Yes, the wiggles are back. Oh my god, look at that sword. That's so cool. That's a Dante sword? Is it? Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Wiggle helmet with the hunting horn for maximum wiggling and support at the same time. Yes. Yeah, I'd really like crossplat a lot. It would be a lot nicer to everybody. Let's see.
Hi.
I should pop in. Let me just close. It's okay. I do the same thing too, Venna. It happens. You do like to refresh. Oh yeah, huh? You can technically just force the pre-rolls that way, huh? Ooh, wait, that's so cool. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. That's really cool. I love that. What's on your wrist? That glowing ring. Ultra wiggle. Biblically accurate wiggler, yes. Yeah, what are you using for Iceborne, Wolfie? That's the shield? Oh. Okay, looks like ads are going. I won't be taking a break this time. I'll just drink some water and sit and chat. Yeah. I know, before I left Cal, I made sure to go back to Ultros. Wiggler with whatever looks nice. Honestly, that's the way to go. It is the way to go. The Wiggler just fits everything. Very easily, in fact. What is that, a Kelby hood? What is that set? That's so ridiculous. Look at my Wiggler sets. Oh, please. Hello? Ooh. Is that Zinogre? Is that like a recolored Zinogre? Hello. Harvest set, but yes, Kelby hood. Ooh. It's so funny to have that as harvest set. I really wish that when you have these ridiculous hoods on, you could blend in more naturally with the creatures. Xeno hair, very nice. Is it recolored? Is that what it is? Because it's so like teal blue. You have 13. That's so many. Nice. It looks pretty. It looks really cool. All right. I'm pretty open to whatever people would like to do. Maybe we could do either the Final Fantasy one or the DMC. I love game collab, so whichever one. Got the LGBTQ RGB running. PSP monsters from Monster Hunter. Was that Freedom? Or is that GU? I can't remember. Those pants. Freedom was one of them. Okay. DMC's probably better because Behemoth is a menace. Okay. So let's see. I'll throw it up. And then whoever would like to join can join. I'll just do first come, first serve if you make it in the room. It was a... Welcome back. Hold on. Which one is it? Oh, that's the one we already did. So the DMC one... Oh, I see. Is this the one? Oh, I have to be HR 50. Okay, so I can't do it. It's fine. Okay, so I cannot do the Final Fantasy one, it looks like. I assume this is the Final Fantasy one. The Behemoth. Yeah, it is. USJ. Code Red. Okay. It is, but you can do another Final Fantasy quest? Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Uh-oh. I might not be able to do... Am I crazy? Oh, here it is. Oh! 4 of them! Okay. 4 red monsters, I see. Remember being told about the backstory of the Final Fantasy crossover? That makes sense if they're all what is it called? Let's do Chef's Choice. If they're all game creators, I feel like they all know each other, right? Prerequisites down in Astera proper. Okay, got it. Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Duck, for stopping in. I hope you got a lot of work done. Please take care. Have a good sleep. And if you want to join, I am gonna do more Monster Hunter tomorrow. It'll be like more closer to my regular stream time. Like 5 hours ish. Yeah. Take it easy. Thank you for hanging out. Do you want me to? Yeah. Well, actually, I don't mind too much. Do we have to grind this? Is this a grind quest where we have to get like a certain amount of materials to forge? Rare 8. Yes. Yeah. That was more so for when I was doing story, but I think for the event, if it is something that we have to grind, I don't mind if you want to go ham. It's okay. We'll have to do it a few times. Okay, yeah. Yes, I'll catch you tomorrow, Duck. Even if you don't decide to hunt, that is okay. I'll catch you when I catch you. 6 for the layers. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do that then. And then I did see that Groggy posted up a quest, so if anybody wants to join Groggy too, that is okay. You can get a Dante armor set. Oh, wait, that's so cute. This is an expansion pose, isn't it? Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god. That cape is really pretty. I remember seeing Amalia talk about it, and she had just gotten the cape, I believe. Oh, it's not. Okay. Is this just add-on? Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, no worries, Waffles. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Take care. I will catch you later. Take it easy. Do you have to purchase just a couple to a few dollars? Yeah, I figured. I have not yet invested money into this game. I probably will the more I play, because that's how I was with Rise, with my plush weapons. Bought it back near release. Honestly, it's so good. I think it's pretty worth it. Yeah. If you've been playing since release, it's worth it. Absolutely. Yeah. Did that send to everybody? Does that just send to everybody? Do I have to do it individually? I never remember. You use my emotes. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so happy with my emotes. Honestly, Pina really did such good work with them and all the wiggly I made, but like I love the Pina emotes so much. Also, Sogaleo, hello. Oh my gosh. Thank you for resubbing. Can't believe it's been 6 months. Honk. Pina emotes are very goated. Yes. Oh. Venna! Oh my goodness, thank you so much for subscribing! Please, you can use more Pina motes. There are so many Pina motes now. I am gonna have... No, not the clown! Oh my gosh. Please enjoy them. You can now wiggle with my wiggle. Who's speaking? Am I going crazy? Who is speaking? I'm so bothered by the whispering. You're gonna have your vengeance? Alright, let's go. Oh, is it playing DMC music? It is. I understand. Oh, this is so good. I love DMC music so much. Tenderize. Every battle has a different track. Ooh. Oh crap. Hello? Wow. Oh my god. Tuna! Thank you for the biddies! Oh no, did that start a hype train? Please no. Not now. With the DMC music, actually, it's appropriate. Thank you, Tuna, for the biddies. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Blah, blah, blah. Tuna, you're still... Why? Oh, okay, there's one. I'm so surprised you're still awake. Oh, Wolfie, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Wow. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. My tits are not on? Wait, are they on? They are on. But thank you for the biddy, Sogaleo. Oh my gosh, you guys are so sweet. Wait, what happened? They're there. Are the biddies not there? Okay, I won't get whacked by bits today. Okay. 3 more monsters. Also, speaking of Peanut motes, I will be getting 3 new ones. So bits, all the things that what is it, sent during the stream are pretty much going back to Pina. Always gotta make sure to support the friends. Odegarin! Nice, that was very... Oh. Ah! Remember to apply distance to bomb. Those are very good messages, Venna. I should do those sorts of messages. Does anybody know which tracks are playing right now for each monster? Taste the blood. Okay. Oh my god. Why is this Odegarin so fast? Oh my god, that is... Oh yeah. Nice. Hold up, dude. I gotta put up the BGM for these event quests. They're so good. Nice. I feel like I have to put it up. It sounds so good. Please sleep, Tuna. Get some rest, bestie. You streaming tomorrow? Is the tuna fish streaming tomorrow? Oh, I got a plate. I'm so lucky with Odegarin plates for some reason. It's so frustrating. Wow. Oh, wait. Why did that activate the bits? Why did that activate the bits? Oh my god. Bro, thank you. Thank you for the bits. Choo choo. Yeah, everyone please go follow my best fish friend. Tunana Tatumaki. Tunanya Tachumaki even. Choo choo. Good night, Tuna. Get some rest. I'll see you in the morning. Chat, can I get some good nights for Tuna? Oh! Code fish friend, yeah! Hi, Snowy. Thank you for the first time, chat. How's it going? How's it going? I would love if I could not. Oh! Oh, we got up so fast. Why? Why? Now I'm into these Agni and Rudra. Also, thank you guys for the hype train. Enjoy the emotes. Wow. Wait. Bounty complete. Oh, perfect. I didn't realize that. Got one of my bounties. Let me carve you. I think it's so funny though that between each track it's just like dead silence. Ambiance music. Okay, one more. And then we'll probably have to run this again. If to build things, to build the set. You may do too much damage. A little bit. It's okay. It's okay. For this, if we're just grinding, it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Obviously when I get to story, I will ask that people not use overpowered weapons. Can I do this too? Here you go. I got these. Yeah, but if it's just event stuff that we're just grinding with people, all good. Yeah, that's a lot of bombs. Is it because of endgame gear or because sticky bomb build is just that good? What is my favorite monster? Okay, so far in world, I really like the Dodogama. Oh wait, this is kind of scary. I don't think I should be near that. What track is this? But yeah, overall monster, I feel like it'd be Zamtrios, but we didn't get Zamtrios in Rise, and I don't know if we even get Zamtrios here in World. Oh, this is Taste the Blood again? Okay. Ooh. This is a big Teostra. Why does this one look angrier than the first one I saw? Or could I not tell because we were already in the lava? Oh, I should not be here. I knew it, but I couldn't move. My bad. Come back in like nothing. Nothing happened. I did not cart. It might be a crown size. Oh, it might be. It does look pretty big. That'd be nice. And you know, this is when I start finding out if Tippins' curse continues. Because for some reason, every time I did hunts with Tippins over in Rise, always a crown size for the small. Always. Your brain said the same thing I said. Yeah, I was just like, oh no, I shouldn't be here. Nice. Yeah. I wonder if that is a crown size. I think it's only a silver. They can get even better, bigger. Okay, that's the thing too with this with World. The monsters are just so much larger than life. No, I've never seen it. Oh my god, if you could find that TikTok and drop it in sharing, Groggy, I would love to see it. That sounds so silly. Delightfully ominous. The curse of Tippins. Just the tip even. Silver Crown Pickle, when I first fought it, it was terrifying. Oh no. Yeah, again, that's the thing. Like, the monsters in this game are just so big. And I'm just like, huh? Not at all like how they are in Rise. Nice. I have so many tail. I have some plates, which is cool. Wait, okay, so what am I supposed to get from this to build what I need? The greatest Jaggy's terrifying? Is it 3 Teo gems? Oh my god, Tippins! Red orb. Okay, let me see. Moss wine. Oh! Fuzzy, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you always taking care of me. Oh my god, the moss wine. I remember that one. We can do it. We can do it for fun. We can do it absolutely for fun. Somebody can post it. What platform do we... It's on PC. And no, there is no crossplay. That is the thing that makes me so frustrated about this game. Yeah. Oof. Which is Dinin? Special assignment incoming. Talk to the huntsman. Hold on. Also, I just realized, but the color of our names, is that random for online for Gathering Hub? Or is that something I can change? I found it. Wasn't a football, but I'll post it. Yeah, just post it. Post it. Post it. It's a rank thing. Oh, okay. Oh my god, hold on. Wait, suddenly I have to talk to everybody. Your name changed when you completed story. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you for using a voucher. Pick it up. I'll pick it up. I could probably skip out on talking to the huntsman for a moment. How did they come out here again? I'd probably be able to join. Oh, I know. Honestly, there's so many. There's like a pretty big half and half for people playing on PS5 and on PC. Eating feline Moxie matters here? Oh yeah, it does. Oh, I didn't eat from Moxie. I forgot. Like 3 quest finishes where you need to talk to everybody. Okay. I forgot. Hee. Okay, hold on. A hit. A hit.
こんばんは。
I'll do it because it's silly fun. And I'm still gonna go in with dual blades because I'm a fool. Oh, I hate that when I join. I can't just go through the lift. Yeah, I'm pretty. I don't need to think. There's not a thought in my head. Not a single thought in my head. Anyone want to join for the Moss Wine quest? Anybody still need the Moss Wine hood? I already have it, but I don't mind doing it for silly fun. Yeah, and then we'll, if you don't mind, I would like to rotate back into the Dante one. And I need to check what I need for that. These fish are the only reason I learned dual blade. Hold on, what are you? They wiggle. They wiggle. Hold on. Wait. Oh my god. They're floppy. That's so funny. Oh my god. Yeah, I just want to do silly. I just want the silly weapons while I wait to get Iceborne. Best weapon in Iceborne. Is that a wait? So is that a layered weapon or is that a weapon? Floppy squad. I get some tuna boogies. Oh, okay. Should get you your Crake booms. Oh yeah! Oh my gosh. They're so... I think, oh god. Okay, am I ready for this? Is everybody ready for this? Okay. Nobody has a hit and nobody brought a bow. Hehe. Okay. A test of your reflexes. Big pig. Oh god. Oh no! Well then. It is! Have you not played this yet, Groggy? Oh my god, it's to get the Mosswine hood. The only way that I was able to do this with some hunters was literally people. I've fallen and I can't get up. Is literally oh no they're coming. With bow users. That's the only reason we were able to do it. Oh god, they're all grouped up here. Hold on. Oh. Please don't look at me. Big ol' piggies. Okay. Nice. We can do it. Wait. I don't even know how many carts we have left because this one you get like plenty of carts. Yeah, no worries. Just jump back in, Gargi. Again, I apologize. It is going to be a shorter stream today, mainly because I would like to get some rest for work tomorrow. But again, I'm going to be playing more World tomorrow evening. But same start time as today, but a little later than today. And I think tomorrow I just kind of want to do. We could just do some event quest grinding if there's enough of us. If not, I will just do some more story, post-story quests and whatnot. Come here. Over here. Oh, the traps do not work. I see. Well then. I don't know how many carts we have. But it's stuck here, so that's great. Oh, nice. That's such a silly quest. I remember when this first happened, somebody else was also like helping out for the quests for like event stuff, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I'll sit this one out," and I was like, "Okay, that's fine," you know. And they just like looks at screen and smiles. I was like, temporal mantle, yeah, it doesn't do anything. Love that they have critical hunt music for it too. Yeah, they do. It's so silly. Preloaded to side up. Is that the mantle? Are you wiggling your horn? I'll wiggle my head at you. I'm not a meme weapon. I love Wyvern Impact. Ooh. I have so many things to go through. There's so much stuff to do. Like, this game just has so much... There's just so much. At least you get a bunch of armor spheres from that. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah! Rocket Greatsword is... Ooh, rocket. Oh. Xenojiva has appeared. Check the optionals quest. Ooh. Oh god. There's so many things. Hold on. I have so many pop-ups. New reports for golden tracks. Okay. It's time for you to eat. Yeah, no worries, Vinna. Thank you for playing. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you jumping in. Let me go to the trade yard real quick. I do want to run the Dante quest another time. Before tuning out and finding somebody to raid. Stuff. Oh, no. Oh my god. Oh my god. So many things. Wildspire waste. A visitor from another world. Okay, guess I'll pick up all these things real quick. For anomalies, unknown life form. Okay. Oh, you're so cute. Third Fleet feline. More anomaly stuff. Okay, I see. Wait! No! I'll do this later. Okay. Let's see. Join. That's the Witcher start? Which one? The one that you... Oh, where sun meets the moon. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so at least I'll remember what is what this way. The cats! Oh, the cats! Pick up more things and then I'll... So, like, are the anomalies that I'm looking for, are those supposed to be some sort of... Are those also, like, the collab quests? Blazing Sun. Teostra. Oh, so many. Okay, let me... Wait, there's one more. I think the research... Yeah, I saw these go off earlier and I didn't get to get them. I wish there was a quick way to travel. I'll take a lift. Visitor from Eorzea is the FF. Oh, okay. So a visitor from another something. So are those are quest starts for the event collabs, basically? I should have just gone all the way to the Gathering Hub. I don't know why I did this. Oh, it's interesting that I guess that they are just out there. I guess in the trade yard versus like in the Gathering Hub, because that's what I'm used to. I feel like. Okay. Okay, but that's good to know that they're just there. Because those two are just proper story style quest lines. Oh, okay, okay. Because they're not just quests. Yeah, Cal. Oh. Wait, are you wearing the Dante set, Woofles? You are, huh? Oh my god. It looks so good. It looks so good. Hello with that sword? Okay, wait. I did not see. What are we hunting in this one? Oh, what's that? Oh, they're birds. Oh, is it the Puke? Over there. Wow. Wait. I feel like I went the wrong way. I should not have gone this way. I'm a bit lost. I'm so sorry, whoever's following me. Is that you, Woofle? I'm so sorry. This way. This way. I think. Yeah, this goes up. Don't worry, we'll get there one day, you guys. Tippins and Woofy over in there. Just fighting. Do we have to hunt anything else? Oh yeah, we do. Okay. There's a couple things. Let me carve it at least. I'll get the mats. Is the next one to... Oh, okay. The Toby is the next one. Oh, no, I don't want to go down. But I would like to get to the Puke. Who posted this? Oh wait, but this is an event one, right? This is for the one you were saying, the creek something? I'm lost. I mean, I'm not lost, but I'm lost. Look over here. Where am I looking? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, can I not go? Oh, okay. I'm lost. Hold on. I'm just gonna go to the camp because that's the easiest thing to do right now. Creek brooms. Okay.
キャンプを作れそうですね。調査資源管理所に相談してみましょう
I
か。
just want the Puke Puke materials. I'll take it anyways. There we go. Okay. And honey! Perfect for me! Because I am a honey bear. Still down? Wait. Huh? Oh, there you go. Wait, no, I'm lost! I hate this forest. How'd you get down there? Okay. Alright, I'll go this way. I'll go this way. I'll go this way. It's fine. It's whatever. I've given up. It despawned. I'm gonna cry. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, let's go against the Toby. Thank you guys. Oh, this way. Hello, I'm here. I'm not late to the party. Oh, I see. You guys are just walking with it. Okay. Oh, I'm surprised that you guys were just standing next to it. Oh, you can. Okay, I didn't know you could just use your map like that. Oh, that's very quick for low rank now, huh? I never think about it anymore. Okay. Oh, you took a ride? Just a friend. Whoa! Oh, wait, let me go to base. Actually, I'll go to the gathering hub. What materials are we gonna need? Do we need to do this one again to get the materials for the crepe rooms? Oh, who's hitting me? You. Oh! I miss having a hammer. I miss just yeeting people into the sky. And by people, I mean Soren. Downey Crake. Okay. Do I just need one ticket for that? Things to be delivered. Hold on. Rocket swords go brr. It's very good. Oh my god, I have so many of my optional stuff popping up and I'm just like, okay, hold on. Too much information overload. Can I back this? Have anything here? Okay, that's one. You have something. Ecological research, I believe I saw something. Aha. Research levels, something. What else? Oh, this one? Research? Honestly missed out in throwing in the Red Queen as a longsword. Wait, which one is that one? Oh, perfect. Some stuff to submit. I'll go through those one day. Posting a quest. Okay. Nero's weapon. Oh, that would have been a good one. Okay, hold on. So can I? Okay, Crake Broom. Let me see if I can build that. Is it a? It's a low rank weapon. Get that. Weapons. Oh, those are so cute. Those are so cute. Oh, okay, I need Paolumu pelt. Okay, I just need one more pelt. Oh my god. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I at least have the materials for it. Okay, let me pick up the quest that you put. That one's final rank hit. Final hits rank 11. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. Code red. Okay, I think this will be my last quest for the evening. And then I will find somebody to raid out. Pray that I can raid my friend before he raids me, because I know we finish at about the same time, I think. Yeah, no worries, Cow. Have a good sleep. Take care, take care. Also, I hope that your health improves very quickly. I pray. Please. Please recover quickly. Gotta speedrun the hunt so we can raid faster. Yeah! Bears must hibernate. I must hibernate. But yeah, I'll be playing more Monster Hunter anyways tomorrow. Same time. 7 p.m. PST to about 11 to 12 p.m. PST. Yeah, that's the only reason I wanted to have like kind of a shorter stream today. Normally I'm still finagling my schedule. I don't have the only thing that's set in stone is like Wednesdays are my Persona 3 days. But Monster Hunter has been based off of mood and vibes. Yeah, since I'm not gonna get Iceborne just yet, I will just continue on doing event quests and world side quests. We can clear the Final Fantasy stuff so I can get the fun items. It's time. Always excited. Yeah. Again, I mentioned it. I'm pretty sure you guys were also around then, but like I really love the Monster Hunter community. It's been so kind and it's been so fun. And it's just nice to have the assist. Hello, Ariel, who should be asleep. Tuna boogies and Guma jams in chat for this fire soundtrack. Aw, Ariel, I always miss you too. You're so sweet. I always love seeing your pink name in chat. Nice, Tyoka. Dream of studded men in bunny hoods. Are you getting? Do you feel like you've gotten enough sleep over the weekend, though, Ariel? You've work. You have work in a couple hours. I love seeing the Kieran Rider so much. Oh, oh! I didn't realize your Kelby horn was so green in the light. Wait. Oh, do you have the RGB Kelby? Is that what you are? RGB Kelby. Can't believe this. I really want to get that RGB lighting for my Wiggly. Guessing I checked my schedule with all of that sleep. Ah. Oh, LGB Kelby. That's right, because it's a rainbow, right? Also, the monsters take a while to come out. Customs for tail cuts. Oh. There it is. Oh. You have to do every optional? Well, you know, Monster World is gonna be on my weeklies for a while, so I'll get there, right? That's the end game. Ashen is the end game. Wait. Oh. Oh. No. Ah. Tippins! I'm just getting yeeted around by Tippins. I feel like Tippins we've switched. I feel like you were the dual blade user in Rise, and I was the hunting horn user. I'm just realizing that right now. Oh, how the turntables. I literally just realized that we've been hunting already, like for quite a bit. I've become the edgy 13-year-old kid screaming, "I have the power of God and anime on my side." I can't make the same scream that kid does, but you know, it's that energy that I'm trying to give. Ooh, can I leave these? I leave these. Yeah. Squee! I am anime, so that means... You're right. I am anime, so that means I am God. Not a cult. Not a cult. Definitely not. Thank you. So let me snooze these ads. I have a little bit extra time. Nice. Hold on. Hold on, wait. Why are we prating? We're not a cult. That's Tuna's shtick. Tuna's the milk cult. Hold the phone, guys. Hold the phone. Oh, the tremors. Ah. Ooh, nice, 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 nice. Oh, I'm so sorry I fell asleep. Didn't it? It did. I'm so sad. Oh, it's... Is that a tail? Oh wait, no. That was the... What the? I had weird lag there. Oh, don't mind me. Nope. I'm having a time. Ah! Nice. Me running around trying to down my health potions like, please, chug. Chug faster. I didn't realize that it takes so long to drink health potions in this game, but like you can get, what is it, decorations to drink faster? Was that a thing in Rise? Or like, I feel like it's just so much longer than in Rise for some reason. Speed eating is a godsend. Is it part of speed eating? Because I didn't realize that like in Rise, I feel like I can drink the potions faster. Yeah, but I should get speed eating. I probably will because I have speed sharpen, which is nice. Yeah, like that. But that's just with the set that I have already. Oh, okay. If you have a weapon that builds a charge, it can be built on downed enemies. Built on charge? Oh. Oh. Why are we raging? I think we're speed eating. Speed eating is why we're raging. Definitely not because apparently this is a cult. Oh, I just realized I'm on fire. No, 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 no. Boom, break my thing. Break my thing. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. No way. No way. I lived. Right? So many cults lately. But I think that's just, it's just, listen, the only cult I know is the milk cult. Ah, the timing of, oh! Ah, I love being stuck in my combo. Okay. You're the silent leader? Ah, yes. Hello. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze that one more time because this is gonna be my last hunt. What? Was I really in range of that hit? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ah, I see. Anyways. Also, I love how the music doesn't start until I'm near the monster. I just realized that. Thank you for the health boost. Yay! Not a cult in front of Tuna though. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Ugh. Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh! What gun? Oh, is that the Zinogre? Oh, I like how it has a little wind chime at the end of it. Oh my god, the charge up for that is so cool. It's so pretty. Oh, I like that you can hear it. I'm just gonna wiggle in place. Yay! Thank you for the hunt, you guys. I do want to take a picture though, if there's anybody still hanging out in the gathering hub. Just to take a quick little picture. It's got little thunder bugs in the barrel. Oh, that's so cute! Did not realize that. I have to see that again. Let me run over to the gathering hub real quick. Yay! Thank you guys for the hunt. Let's see. Let me see if he is still streaming. Perfect. He is. Oh, perfect. He's got time to stream. Kind of want to put on the best. Ooh, nah. Stick with the Kelby. Stick with the Kelby. We can always get something. You can do the other one a little bit later. I'll get there eventually. Dive poses. I can only do a cutesy one. Oh wait, I have to stand in front of everybody or else I can't see. It is still Kelby, but it's the rest. That should be fine then. I won't recognize it as long as you don't say the name of it. Yee! Take a quick little screenshot. Unfortunately, since I don't have the Iceborne expansion, I can't take like a proper picture. I have to take a screenshot, but if anybody would like to take a photo, I would appreciate that. If not, it's fine. I can take my screenshot. Let me just get into a pose. Oh, so shy. There is a view thing. Oh, so the view thing is locked, I think, behind Iceborne, because I cannot do view mode. Found that out last stream. I was like, oh, I have to have Iceborne for this? That's weird. Anyways, screenshot. Yeah. Oh, I did not expect it to do that. Let's see. I am going to be cutting it off here. I will be doing more hunts tomorrow. It'll be about the same. View mode is locked for you too. Oh, interesting. That's weird. You refuse to move it until yes, Mr. 999. Yeah, you gotta be a wiggly. If you took a screenshot, I would appreciate if you dropped it over in the Discord. I do have a little forum set for Monster Hunter World. I'm gonna post up some stuff there. Oh, yep. Oh, you can't use it during poses? That's so weird. That like defeats the purpose of having a pose, right? For this silly little screenshot. Interesting. Anyways, again, I will be, hold on, socials, I can add that. Yeah, so, I'll tweet when I'm streaming. It'll be the same time as today, 7 p.m. PST, but I will be streaming tomorrow. And I think that'll be my only Monster Hunter stream for next week, because I am doing some other stuff as well. I'm doing a collab with Peanut on Friday. Gonna be doing some Bread and Fred. I'm very excited because we're wanting to play that. You can do poses, gestures during mode. Oh, hold on. Let me take a peek at that before my ads go. Oh, just have to do it the other way around? Oh. What? No one talk to me. Anyways. How do I take the picture though? How do I take the actual photo? Because it's gonna X. Shift is to move the camera. Anyone know how to do this on controller? Display UI. Oh, there we go. Okay. Anyways, I took a better photo. Perfect. Okay. Anyways, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys so much again for the hunts. We are gonna go over to my good friend Mr. Pink Justice. He is playing some Yakuza Like a Dragon. He just started. If you guys don't know him, he's a really good friend of mine. I met him in the beginning of my VTubing journey. He's been playing Yakuza since I've met him. He's been going through all the games, plays it every Sunday. Very cozy, very sweet friend of mine. I hope you guys can give him lots of love. If you have the emotes, please use the emote raid message. If you do not, please use the hearts. Yeah, thank you guys again for hanging out for me with me today for stream. I appreciate it. But I'll catch you next week. I have my schedules posted on my socials and on my Discord. Other than that, take it easy. Have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening. Oh, he's bald. And I'll catch you tomorrow. Oh, I should start the raid. That'd be a good idea. Anyways, we're going over to Pink Justice. Let me copy my raid message before I forget. Perfect. Okay. Anyways, send him lots of love. He's bald right now, but I promise he's a very handsome man. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Good night. Thank you for the hunts. Take care.